Welcome to the sleep hours. Tonight let me take you to a little village where the rain has just fallen, the lanterns glow softly, and the scent of fresh bread drifts through the quiet streets. In the heart of this village stands a warm bakery, where a kind baker works through the night, and neighbors gather in the morning light. This is a story of rain-kissed nights, golden loaves, and gentle peace, crafted to help you drift off with warmth in your heart and calm in your mind. So settle in, close your eyes, and let's step into the village bakery. The rain had been falling since dusk, soft and steady, the kind that seemed less like a storm and more like a lullaby. It tapped against the cobblestone streets of the little village, slid down tiled rooftops, and pooled in gentle puddles that reflected the golden glow of lanterns. From a distance, the village square looked like a painting blurred at the edges, softened by drifting mist and the curtain of rain. Most windows were dark by now, the families tucked away in their warm homes, candles blown out, dreams beginning to stir. But in the very heart of the square there was still light. The bakery stood there as it always had, its wooden shutters slightly open, its windows fogging gently from the warmth inside. Through the glass, golden light spilled out into the night, casting a welcoming glow over the wet cobblestones. The scent of fresh yeast, flour, and the promise of rising bread drifted faintly through the air, carried even in the rain. It was as though the entire village was wrapped in slumber, yet one place kept beating quietly, like a gentle heart keeping time. Inside, the old baker, Mr. Marlow, moved with a kind of unhurried rhythm. His hair had turned white many years ago, but his hands were steady, strong, and softened by flour. He hummed a tune under his breath, something wordless and low as he kneaded the dough on the wide wooden table. The sound of the rain outside became his accompaniment, pattering on the roof, sliding down the windows, dripping in a soft trickle from the awning outside the shop door. It was a world of its own inside that bakery, warm, golden, safe from the weather, and the night seemed to lean against its walls, content just to listen. From the corner, Willow, the bakery's old gray cat, stretched herself lazily and flicked her tail. She had claimed her favorite spot near the fire, where the oven's heat reached and the air smelled richest with baked loaves. Occasionally her ears twitched at the sound of the rain, but her green eyes closed again soon after, as if she trusted the baker's rhythm to keep everything steady. The cat and the baker had kept each other company for many years, and on nights like this, when the village was asleep and the rain washed everything into silence, it felt as though they were the only two souls awake in the world. Every so often, the baker would pause, wipe his brow with the back of his sleeve, and glance out through the fogged window. Beyond the glass, lanterns glimmered in puddles, and the rain blurred the outlines of the square's fountain, the benches, the cobbled paths. There was a peace in it, the kind of peace he had always loved. The way rain seemed to soften the edges of the world, the way it hushed the night without making it empty. He knew that in a few hours, when the first light crept over the rooftops, the village would come alive again. But for now, this quiet was his to tend. He reached for a dusting of flour, his hands moving slowly, patiently, as though he had all the time in the world. The dough yielded under his touch, stretching and folding, rising with each careful motion. There was no rush. There never was in this place. That was the secret of the bakery, the reason people said the bread tasted different, warmer somehow, as though the care that went into it lingered long after the last bite. The oven gave a soft crackle, a little burst of heat against the cool edges of the room. Outside, the rain pressed on, a steady companion, filling the air with its soft, even song. Mr. Marlow smiled faintly to himself, listening to the two sounds weaving together, the rain beyond the walls and the oven within. He thought of the villagers, all of them sleeping, their windows dark and curtains drawn, children dreaming with blankets tucked under their chins, parents resting after long days of work, even the shopkeepers and the farmers who would be up before dawn. He liked to imagine the scent of his bread slipping quietly through the cracks of doors and shutters, drifting into their dreams, promising warmth and comfort for the morning. Willow let out a soft purr, stretching her paws in the glow of the oven. The baker chuckled quietly as if she had spoken to him. "Yes, my girl," he murmured. "Almost ready. Just a little longer." The night deepened, but it didn't feel dark. Not here. The bakery was a lantern in itself, a golden refuge against the rainy world outside. And as the rain fell steadily, Mr. Marlow carried on, folding, shaping, preparing the loaves that would greet the dawn. The rain deepened into a gentle rhythm, tapping on the glass panes of the bakery windows like 1,000 tiny fingertips. Now and then a stronger breeze swept across the square, sending droplets skittering over the cobblestones. But it never felt harsh. It was the kind of weather that made the world feel smaller and safer, as though the village had pulled a blanket of rain over itself to rest more soundly. The steady patter joined with the faint crackling of the oven and the occasional clink of baking tools, creating a lullaby that filled every corner of the room. Mr. Marlow worked without hurry. His sleeves were rolled up, flour dusting the fabric, and each movement had the ease of years upon years of practice. He pressed, folded, and stretched the dough, then let it rest, his hands slowing as if giving it time to breathe. Behind him, shelves waited for the morning, their trays ready for rows of golden bread. The bakery had been here for as long as most villagers could remember. It was where families stopped before school, where workers collected loaves after long days in the fields, and where children pressed their noses to the glass to marvel at sugared buns lined up like treasures. On nights like this, when only the rain and the cat kept him company, Mr. Marlow sometimes let his mind wander back through the years. He remembered when he was a boy, standing on a stool to watch his father knead the same dough in this same room, while the rain pattered just as it did now. He remembered the laughter of his mother, the smell of cinnamon at wintertime, the creak of the wooden beams overhead. The bakery was more than a place of work. It was memory itself, alive in every loaf that rose from the oven. Willow stirred from her warm place by the fire, hopping softly onto the wide windowsill. Her paws left faint prints of flour where she had wandered earlier. She sat and gazed out at the rainy square, her whiskers twitching at the drops racing down the glass. For a moment, Mr. Marlow joined her, leaning slightly to see. The lantern on the far side of the square shimmered in a puddle, its light broken into ripples with each new raindrop. It looked like a star had fallen and found its home in the water. He smiled quietly at the thought, then turned back to his work. He moved now to the pastries, carefully laying out buttered layers, folding them into shapes that would puff and rise come morning. The scent of dough mixed with the faint sweetness of sugar and the earthy fragrance of rain that slipped in whenever the door rattled slightly under the wind. It was the blend of those scents, the warm and the cool, the oven and the storm, that gave the bakery its magic. Even in dreams, villagers sometimes swore they could smell it, as though comfort itself had a fragrance and it belonged here. Time drifted as gently as the rain. The baker worked with the steady patience of someone who had no need to rush. Outside, the village was quiet, the rain keeping even the late wanderers indoors. A single cart rattled down a distant street, its wheels splashing through puddles, but the sound faded quickly, leaving only the rain's even music. Mr. Marlow paused again, wiping his hands, then poured himself a small cup of tea from the kettle near the oven. The steam curled upward, fogging his spectacles slightly, and he let the warmth settle into his chest as he leaned against the counter. Willow leapt down, circling his feet, her soft purr rising to join the quiet hum of the room. The baker crouched to scratch her chin, murmuring in the way people do when no one else is listening. His words were nothing more than gentle nonsense, but the cat understood the tone and purred louder, pressing against his leg. He carried his tea to the window, holding it in both hands. The rain blurred the world beyond, turning the square into a watercolor of lights and shadows. It was beautiful in its simplicity, this little village at night. He thought of the families tucked away, of the children who would soon smell the first batch of bread as morning crept in. There was a certain joy in knowing his work would greet them before the sun did. Not a grand joy, but a quiet one, the kind that lingered long after the loaves were eaten. He sipped slowly, savoring the warmth, while Willow jumped up beside him. Together they sat in silence, watching the rain. The cat blinked slowly, her tail curling around herself, and the baker rested one hand on the wooden sill, feeling the faint vibration of droplets against the glass. The world outside might have been wet and cold, but in here, everything glowed with comfort. When the tea was gone, he returned to his table, ready to prepare the final loaves before the long rise. His movements carried a softness now, as though the rhythm of the rain had settled into him. Outside, the square slumbered. Inside, the bakery dreamed big with him. The night stretched on, but inside the bakery, time seemed to take on a gentler pace. The rain had found its steady rhythm now, like a soft drummer keeping the world in balance. It pattered against the roof tiles, trickled down the gutters, and tapped lightly against the shutters. Occasionally, a drop slipped in through the tiniest crack in the wooden frame, landing with a faint sound on the stone sill. Rather than a nuisance, it felt like a reminder that the outside world was still there, while the bakery remained its own pocket of warmth and comfort. Mr. Marlow worked with quiet care. He had always thought of baking as a conversation between himself and the dough. You could not rush it. You could only listen. The dough told you when it was ready to be folded, when it needed to rest, when it longed for the oven's embrace. Tonight, as the rain kept singing on, the dough seemed particularly content beneath his hands. He shaped round loaves, tucking the seams neatly, then brushed the tops with a soft touch before laying them gently on trays. The old wooden shelves behind him creaked faintly as he slid a tray into place. They had held loaves for decades, perhaps longer. He liked to think that if one listened closely enough, the shelves themselves carried whispers of all the bread that had once cooled there, of the mornings when villagers had crowded in, their voices filling the shop with warmth and laughter. Willow returned to her spot near the fire, her paws tucked neatly beneath her, eyes half closed but still watchful. The glow of the oven flickered across her fur, making her look like a painting come to life. She was as much a part of this place as the oven or the shelves, a quiet guardian who never let the baker's nights feel empty. From time to time, her tail twitched at the sound of the rain, but mostly, she let the warmth lull her into drowsiness. Mr. Marlow continued his work, sometimes humming, sometimes simply listening. He had a fondness for the sounds of the night, the low murmur of water, the faint groan of the beams overhead, even the occasional rattle of the sign outside when the wind brushed through the square. These were not lonely sounds, they were company. They wrapped around him as he moved from one task to the next, never hurried, never tired. At one point, he opened the door to fetch a small basket of kindling that he kept just under the awning. The rain met him with cool kisses on his face and hair, and he breathed in deeply. The air smelled of rain-soaked stone, of earth refreshed, of flowers at the edges of the square bending under droplets. He stood there for a moment longer than necessary, letting the rain wash away the silence. Then he stepped back inside, closing the door gently behind him. The warmth of the bakery enveloped him instantly. He added the kindling to the oven's fire, which answered with a cheerful crackle, then brushed his hands together and returned to the table. For a while, he simply stood there, watching the fire dance, feeling the way the heat reached into the room. Outside, the rain kept falling, soft and steady, wrapping the village in its lullaby. The baker found himself thinking about the morning to come. He pictured children racing in, still rubbing the sleep from their eyes, drawn by the smell of sugared buns. He imagined the farmers stopping by with muddy boots, tucking warm loaves under their arms before heading to the fields. He thought of the laughter that would fill this same room, the greetings and the chatter, the way bread always seemed to bring people closer. These thoughts made his chest feel light, as though the rain outside was washing away every care in the world, leaving only joy behind. He turned back to his dough, gently shaping the final batch of rolls. The movements were slower now, almost meditative. The oven's glow had deepened, casting a golden hue over the wooden beams above, and the rain outside seemed to soften further like a lullaby meant only for him. For a moment, everything was perfectly still, the kind of stillness that wasn't empty but full of warmth, of quiet, of a night holding its breath in peace. Mr. Marlow smiled faintly, his hands resting on the dough, and let out a soft sigh. It was the sigh of someone who was exactly where they were meant to be. The hours passed with gentle ease, though it was hard to measure them inside the cocoon of the bakery. Time outside was marked by rain alone. The way it sometimes softened into a hush, and other times grew steadier, drumming faintly on the rooftops. Now and again, a gust of wind teased the sign that hung above the bakery door, making it creak as though it were sighing with contentment. Inside, however, the world was unchanging, golden and warm, filled with the quiet music of oven crackles, purring, and soft footsteps across old wooden floors. Mr. Marlow set the final trays aside to rest and leaned against the counter, rolling his shoulders back with a stretch. His joints had long ago lost the spring of youth, but they had gained something steadier, patience, and a rhythm that matched the very heartbeat of this place. He ran a hand along the edge of the table, feeling the nicks and scratches of years gone by. Each mark was a memory, a slip of a knife, a tray set down too hard, the countless little reminders that this bakery had lived a full life. The rain tapped on, 1,000 soft voices whispering against the windows. He let it fill his ears, then closed his eyes. For a moment he simply stood there, breathing in the scents. The faint sweetness of rising bread, the woody smoke from the oven, the earthy perfume of wet cobblestones drifting in whenever the door rattled. It was the kind of blend you could never capture in a jar or a bottle. It only lived here, on nights like this when rain and fire met. Willow lifted her head, watching him with slow blinks before hopping down from her cushion. She padded across the floor, tail held high, and rubbed against his leg. He chuckled softly, bending down to scratch behind her ears. "We're almost there, my dear," he murmured, his voice low and steady, a voice that seemed to belong to the night itself. "Another hour or two, and it will all be ready." She purred and settled at his feet, curling up once more, trusting him to keep watch. The baker returned to his work, brushing flour from his hands and checking the dough one last time before sliding a tray into the oven. The heat rolled out in a wave, filling the room with a deeper glow. The loaves inside began their quiet transformation, the air slowly thickening with the scent of baking bread. It was rich, comforting. the kind of fragrance that could turn even the coldest night into something tender. He imagined it drifting into the village, slipping under doors, carrying with it the promise of morning. Outside, the square looked different now. The rain had polished the cobblestones until they gleamed under the lanterns, each puddle catching the reflections of light and holding them like little bowls of gold. The fountain burbled faintly, its trickle blending with the rainfall until the two sounds were one. There was no one out there to see it, but the beauty of it was undeniable, as if the village itself wanted to show gratitude for the baker's quiet vigil. Mr. Marlow returned to the window with another small cup of tea, his second of the night. He sipped slowly, letting the warmth soothe his throat. He thought of his father again, of how he too had stood at this window many nights, looking out over the same square, listening to the same rain. There was a comfort in knowing he was part of something longer, something that would outlive him and remain here long after the rain stopped. He placed the cup down gently and went back to the oven, peering inside. The dough had begun to rise in color, its surfaces splitting delicately, golden edges forming with each passing minute. The sight made him smile, not out of pride, but out of affection, the way one might smile at a child fast asleep under a blanket. The cat stirred again, stretching her paws toward the fire. The oven crackled and the rain fell, and the baker hummed once more, a simple, tuneless sound, rising and falling with no beginning and no end. The song of a man who loved what he did, of a man whose nights were never lonely because the rain and the bread kept him company. And in that small bakery, tucked in the heart of a rain-soaked village, the world felt whole, peaceful, and exactly as it should be. The hours slipped gently toward dawn. The rain did not stop, but it softened, turning into a delicate mist that seemed to blur the edges of the world. Mr. Marlow placed the last tray into the oven and wiped his hands carefully on a cloth, a simple gesture as practiced as breathing. He moved about the bakery quietly, as though not to disturb the night itself. Willow, ever faithful, had dozed off once more, her little body rising and falling with each soft breath. The baker looked at her, and then at the shelves, and then at the glowing oven. His heart was full, but not in a loud way. It was the quiet fullness of belonging. He stood at the window again, his reflection faint against the glass. Beyond, the village slept on, roofs glistening under the lanterns, puddles shimmering with silver. Everything seemed to sigh with contentment. And inside the bakery, with its warmth and gentle light, the rain's lullaby carried on, stitching the night and the morning together. Here in this golden refuge, Mr. Marlow waited patiently for dawn. The night had settled into its quietest hour. The rain outside had softened but not vanished, still tapping gently on rooftops and slipping down the old stone gutters. It was as if the storm had grown drowsy, matching the rhythm of the sleeping village. Inside the bakery, the glow from the oven painted the walls with a soft amber light, and the air had thickened into a blanket of warmth. Mr. Marlow moved steadily around his little kingdom, his footsteps slow and deliberate on the wooden floorboards. Everything he did at this hour had its own rhythm, its own pace. He set the flour canisters neatly in a row, dusted his work table with a patient hand, and laid out the wooden spoons and measuring cups as though they were part of a ritual dance. Nothing was rushed, nothing hurried. Baking at midnight was not about speed. It was about care. It was about giving the dough and the fire the time they needed to bloom. Willow, the gray cat, had returned to her place near the fire, though her eyes followed him as he worked. She blinked slowly, the way cats do when they trust completely, before curling herself into a tighter ball. Her steady purring was almost hidden beneath the hush of the rain, yet it blended with the oven crackles and the baker's soft movements until it became part of the melody of the nights. Mr. Marlow reached for the next batch of dough, its surface smooth and elastic under his palms. He pressed gently, folding the dough in upon itself, stretching it long, then folding it again. His hands moved with practiced certainty, but they never seemed mechanical. Each fold felt deliberate, almost tender, as though he were coaxing the dough toward life. His father had once told him that dough could sense the mood of the baker, that it rose best under gentle hands. Whether it was true or not, Marlow believed it. So he worked quietly, humming under his breath, passing all his calm into the dough. Outside, the rain gave a sudden patter, a few heavier drops bouncing off the window before slipping back into its softer rhythm. The sound reminded him of nights long ago when he would sit by this same window as a child, listening to storms while his parents worked through the midnight hours. Back then, the bakery had felt enormous to him, filled with shadows and mysteries, the tables towering above his head. Now, of course, it seemed smaller, but the magic had not gone. If anything, it had deepened, becoming a part of him. Oh, he dusted flour across the table, watching it float down like snowfall, then shaped the dough into neat, rounded loaves. Each one rested on a tray, waiting its turn for the oven. The smell in the room shifted subtly as the first batch inside began to brown, releasing hints of warm crust into the air. That smell always made his chest loosen, as if the world had grown softer, kinder, just because bread was rising. The baker paused for a sip of tea, the steam curling up to fog his glasses slightly. He chuckled under his breath, setting the cup down again with a soft clink. He could almost imagine his late father's voice teasing him for always drinking too much tea at night. Yet he knew the truth. It wasn't about thirst. It was about companionship. The tea gave him something to hold, something warm to sip, while the world outside slept. He set the cup aside and began working on the pastries. Buttered dough, a careful fold, then another. He moved slowly, ensuring each layer was placed just so. The pastries would puff beautifully by morning, their golden edges crisp, their centers soft. He brushed a light glaze over them, the liquid catching the firelight, shining faintly before seeping into the dough. Willow's tail flicked as though she approved before she tucked her nose back under her paws. The rain whispered on. Every so often, the baker glanced to the window, watching droplets trail down the glass. Lantern light shimmered through the streaks, making the outside world look like a dream, soft, blurred, and endlessly gentle. He loved that view most of all because it made the bakery feel like a harbor, a place set apart from the storm where nothing could reach him. He turned back to his work, rolling the last of the dough into delicate twists. His hands moved more slowly now, not from weariness, but from a kind of peace that filled him more with each passing hour. Midnight in the bakery was not just a time of work. It was a meditation, a prayer, a way of connecting himself to everyone who had ever baked before him and everyone who ever would. The oven crackled softly as the first tray of loaves baked to perfection, their crusts beginning to form a golden sheen. Mr. Marlow lifted the iron door with a careful hand, letting a wave of warmth and aroma spill into the bakery. It was the kind of scent that wrapped itself around everything. The shelves, the chairs, even the curtains at the window. Bread had a way of making a place smell like home, even when no one was there yet to eat it. He pulled the tray out and set it down on the counter, the loaves lined neatly in a row, each one steaming gently as if exhaling. For a moment he simply stood there, hands on the counter, letting himself smile at the sight. He knew that by morning, when the village awoke, children would press their noses to the bakery window, drawn in by this very smell, Mothers would come with baskets, fathers with coins in hand, and neighbors would exchange cheerful greetings on the cobbled street outside. It was this quiet preparation, that made their mornings possible. The baker brushed his hands together and reached for a cloth to polish the counter. His movements were calm, methodical, as though every corner of the bakery deserved its moment of care. The rain tapped on in the background, its rhythm steady and reassuring. Every droplet seemed to echo the passing of time, not hurried, not slow, just steady like a lullaby. Willow stirred at the scent of the bread, lifting her head and blinking sleepily. She stretched out, arching her back before hopping softly onto a stool. Her paws made almost no sound on the wooden surface. She sat, tail curled neatly around her, and watched the baker with eyes half closed. He chuckled softly. "Patience, little one," he murmured. "It's not quite your time yet." The cat flicked her ears unimpressed, and let her gaze wander to the window where droplets still streamed downward in lazy trails. She seemed content enough to listen to the rain while the baker continued his work. Mr. Marlow fetched a fresh tray, this one for the pastries. He opened the oven once again, sliding them inside with gentle precision. The pastries would need less time, their buttery layers crisping quickly. He leaned against the counter while he waited, arms folded, letting the oven's warmth soak into him. His eyes grew heavy for a moment, but he shook his head and smiled. Sleep had no place here. Not yet. The village depended on his steady hands. The baker's thoughts wandered as they often did at this hour. He thought about the children who would giggle when he handed them a bun, about the travelers who sometimes arrived by carriage on rainy mornings, surprised to find such a cozy bakery tucked into the village square. He thought, too, about the simple kindnesses of his neighbors, how the blacksmith once brought him a lantern when his old one cracked, or how the schoolteacher left him books at the door, knowing he loved to read during his short breaks. All of these small threads were woven into the fabric of the bakery, and tonight, as the rain whispered, he felt them like a warm quilt around his shoulders. The oven door creaked again as he checked on the pastries. A golden scent rushed out, rich and sweet. He could almost taste the flakes on his tongue, though he let them bake just a touch longer. Timing mattered, but so did intuition, and he had both in equal measure. While he waited, he returned to the dough he had set aside for the morning's rolls. He divided it into smaller portions, shaping them with careful hands, each one rolled until smooth and round. It was a soothing task, repetitive, yet endlessly satisfying. His hands worked without thought, freeing his mind to drift. The rain had grown softer again, like a whispering friend, and he found himself humming a tune, an old lullaby his mother once sang. The song mingled with the rain, with the oven crackles, with the gentle sounds of the village night. It created a harmony so tender that even Willow seemed to pause her dozing to listen. Her ears twitched, but she did not open her eyes. She simply purred, as though adding her own note to the music. The pastries were ready at last. Mr. Marlow lifted them from the oven, setting the tray down on the wooden counter. Steam rose in delicate curls, carrying with it the fragrance of butter and sugar. He brushed them lightly with a glaze, watching as the shine deepened under his careful strokes. They looked almost too beautiful to eat. Glowing softly in the lantern light, he sighed, content, and placed them beside the loaves. The shelves were filling steadily now, each space taken by a promise of warmth for the morning. The bakery was a sanctuary of smells and sights, of golden bread, steaming rolls, and pastries that gleamed like treasures. And through it all, the rain continued to fall, as if the world outside wanted to echo his rhythm, keeping time with his quiet work. Mr. Marlow moved to the back shelves, arranging the fresh loaves and pastries with deliberate care. Each item had its place, just as each hour of the night carried its own purpose. He believed that presentation mattered almost as much as taste. Not because the bread needed to be admired, but because care could be felt in the smallest details. A loaf set neatly on a shelf carried with it the quiet assurance that someone had thought of you. Someone had worked through the night so that your morning could be brighter. The rain deepened for a while, its patter quickening against the glass panes. A gust of wind whistled faintly through the narrow gap in the window frame, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and moss. Marlow breathed it in, savoring the mingling of scents. The storm outside, the bread inside. They belonged together, the wildness of nature and the gentleness of hearth. One without the other would have felt incomplete. Willow hopped down from her stool and padded across the floor. She paused at the door, her nose twitching as if she wanted to test the storm herself. But after a moment, she turned back, tail flicking once, and curled again by the fire. The baker smiled at her indecision. "You're wiser than I am," he said softly, as though confessing to an old friend. "You know where it's warm." He lit another lantern and placed it near the window, the soft glow spilling out into the night. From outside, anyone passing through the village would see the faint shine and know the bakery was awake, even at this quiet hour. Perhaps no one would come. It was far too late for travelers and far too wet for wanderers. But the lantern was a kind of promise that if someone needed shelter, they would find it here. The fire in the oven dimmed slightly, and Marlow tended to it with practiced hands, adding a log and nudging the embers until they glowed brighter. Sparks leapt for a moment, then settled again, their brief dance reminding him of childhood evenings when he and his sister would sit near the hearth, making up stories about the sparks. Each one, they said, was a star trying to return to the sky. He chuckled at the memory, shaking his head gently before returning to his work. The bakery grew warmer, richer, more alive with every passing hour. Loaves cooled on the racks, the scent growing deeper, more layered. Pastries shimmered with glaze, catching the lantern light. Rolls rested in tidy rows, waiting their turn in the oven. The little space seemed to hum with energy, though nothing was hurried or loud. It was a quiet hum, a song of patience and care. The baker set aside a small roll of dough for Willow, shaping it into a tiny knot. It was not sweetened, not spiced, just a simple piece meant for her. He brushed it lightly with water and set it in the oven for a short while. When it was done, he placed it gently in a small dish near the fire. The cat sniffed it, blinked at him with an expression somewhere between suspicion and approval, then settled to wait for it to cool. Outside, the rain had become steady again, falling in slender streams down the rooftops. The sound was constant but not harsh. It was the kind of rain that seemed to wash the world clean, leaving behind a hush of freshness. It was the perfect backdrop for Marlow's work, steady enough to mark time, gentle enough to soothe the spirit. He poured himself another cup of tea, the steam fogging the air in front of his face. He sipped slowly, listening, not just to the rain and the fire, but to the deeper quiet of the village. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck 2, its chime faint but clear, drifting through the mist. The sound made him pause, as it always did, to measure the night. 2 o'clock meant that the hardest hours were nearly behind him. By 4, the first signs of dawn would begin. By 6, the village would stir. He leaned back in his chair for a moment, closing his eyes. He let the sounds of the night wash over him. The rain, the fire, the purring cat, the whisper of steam from his tea. It was a lullaby of its own kind, one that might have tempted another man to sleep. But for Marlow, it was fuel. It reminded him why he worked, why these hours mattered. He opened his eyes again and smiled faintly. There was more dough to shape, more bread to tend. And so he rose, setting his cup aside, returning to the work table with hands steady and sure. The dough yielded under his palm, soft yet strong, pliant as though it trusted him. He folded and pressed, his movements slow and deliberate. Flour dusted the air, catching in the lantern glow like drifting snow. He breathed it in, not minding the way it clung to his shirt, his sleeves, his hair. The flour was a badge of his calling, as much a part of him as the lines on his face. The bakery had grown so warm that the windows fogged, the glass blurring the outside world into shapes of light and shadow. The lantern glow mixed with the silver shimmer of rain, creating a dreamy canvas that looked more like a painting than a real street. Every so often, a droplet streaked through the condensation, carving a clear line before disappearing again. Mr. Marlow found himself glancing at it now and then, almost mesmerized. The night had its way of slowing time until even the smallest details felt like stories. On the work table, another batch of rolls took shape. He placed them into neat clusters so that when they baked, their edges would kiss and pull apart gently in the morning, leaving behind soft, golden sides. He always liked the thought of families breaking them apart, passing them across the table, each piece a gesture of sharing. That was why he baked in clusters. It reminded him of togetherness. Willow had finished her little roll and was now curled beside the dish, her tail flicking lazily in satisfaction. Every so often, her ears twitched at the sound of rain or the creak of the oven door. But mostly she slept, her small body stretched in the glow of the fire. The baker paused to glance at her, his eyes soft. In many ways, the cat mirrored his own rhythm, awake when the world slept, content in quiet company, bound to the bakery as though it were part of her soul. The smell of cinnamon soon joined the orchestra of scents in the air. Marlow sprinkled the spice carefully into a bowl, mixing it with sugar before brushing it over delicate swirls of pastry. The fragrance unfurled like a warm embrace, filling every corner of the bakery until it seemed the walls themselves might sigh in contentment. He smiled to himself, imagining how the villagers' eyes would brighten when they caught that scent in the morning. Rainy days always called for cinnamon. It was like sunshine baked into sweetness. The rain outside shifted again, growing heavier, its rhythm louder now against the rooftop and cobblestones. The gutters gurgled softly, carrying streams of water down the street. It was the kind of rain that wrapped a village in stillness, keeping travelers inside their carriages, keeping families nestled at their hearths. Marlow felt the weight of it against the bakery walls, but rather than being closed in, he felt sheltered. The rain was no threat. It was a veil, wrapping the village in quiet, letting the bakery glow like a heart beating at the center. As he brushed more glaze over the pastries, he thought of his late wife. She had loved nights like this, the storm outside, the warmth within, the sense of being hidden away together. Sometimes she would sit on the very stool Willow now claimed, humming as she watched him bake. Other times she would slip her arms around him from behind, laughing at how flour always clung to his apron. The memory made him pause, the brush resting in his hand. His chest ached, but gently, like the ache of an old song. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the memories settle around him like another layer of warmth. When he opened them again, the pastries shimmered under the lantern light, finished and perfect. He placed them on the shelves beside the loaves, their golden swirls catching the glow. The shelves were filling faster now, but still there was space, and still he worked, steady as the rain. The clock chimed again in the distance, 3 slow, solemn notes. 3 o'clock. He exhaled deeply, knowing the dawn was drawing closer. These last hours always carried a particular sweetness, a mixture of weariness and anticipation, of quiet solitude, and the promise of morning. He loved this moment most of all when the bakery was brimming with bread, but the village still slept, unaware of what awaited them. He poured a fresh pot of tea, setting it to steep while he prepared the next batch of dough. This time he added a touch of honey, letting its golden thread slip into the mixture. He stirred gently, watching it vanish into the flour and water, leaving behind only a subtle sweetness. Honey rolls would greet the children in the morning, their sticky smiles proof enough that he had chosen well. Steam rose from the pot, curling into the lantern glow. The baker poured himself a cup, holding it between his palms for warmth. He leaned against the counter, sipping slowly, and let the moment linger. The rain, the fire, the scent of bread, the soft company of willow. Everything seemed woven together into a single thought. That life, even in its quietest hours, was full of gifts. The final trays slid into the oven, their shapes small and round, meant for the very first customers who would arrive with the earliest light. Mr. Marlow wiped his hands on his apron, feeling the night nearly behind him. The rain had softened again, trickling down the windows in thin silver lines, as though it too was growing tired. Willow stretched and yawned, blinking at him as if to ask whether the night's work was done. He smiled. "Almost, my dear. Almost." He returned to the shelves, surveying the rows of bread, rolls, and pastries, each one glowing faintly in the lantern light. Together they seemed to hum with quiet promise, ready to greet the waking village. Marlow poured himself the last of the tea, standing at the window with the warm cup between his palms. The world outside was still dark, yet softer now, as though dawn waited just beyond the hills. He sipped slowly, listening to the rain's lullaby, and let a deep peace settle over him. The night's ritual was complete. Morning was near. The lanterns inside the bakery burned with a golden patience, their glow steady against the soft gloom of the rain-soaked night. They cast long, gentle shadows across the walls, and every flicker seemed to slow the air, as though time itself were drowsy. The world outside was still cloaked in darkness, but within these walls, it felt like a dream that stretched on forever, warm, safe, and endlessly kind. Mr. Marlow sat at his work table, his hands briefly at rest. The last of the dough had been shaped. The final trays were baking, and for the first time that night, there was nothing pressing to do. He leaned back in his chair, letting the warmth from the oven seep into his tired bones. The soft tick of the clock on the wall was the only measure of passing time, but even that seemed slowed by the rain. Willow stirred, lifting her head from her paws. She stretched gracefully before hopping onto the chair beside him. The baker smiled, reaching out to scratch behind her ears. She leaned into his touch, her purr rumbling low and steady, vibrating through the quiet like a hidden note in a song. Together, they sat in the glow of the lantern light, the rain their lullaby, the oven their hearth. His eyes drifted toward the shelves, now filled with loaves, rolls, and pastries, each one cooling slowly, releasing the fragrance of the night's labor. To him it felt less like bread, and more like memories waiting to be shared. Each loaf carried a story, the laughter of children, the joy of families, the small comfort of neighbors passing by on rainy mornings. It was not just bread. It was the soul of the village, baked into golden form. The baker's thoughts wandered as the minutes stretched gently. He thought about the people who would soon come through the door, the young schoolteacher with her leather satchel, who always bought a sweet roll to eat with her morning tea, the cobbler who preferred dark bread with a thick crust, the widow from the edge of the village who carried her basket lined with cloth, and always asked for the softest loaf for old teeth, she would joke. Each face was already here with him, as vivid as the bread itself. The rain tapped harder for a moment, then softened again, as though reminding him to stay present. He rose slowly and walked to the window. The glass was blurred with the condensation, but he could still see the lanterns glowing faintly on the street outside. Their reflections shimmered in the puddles, turning the cobblestones into mirrors. The whole village seemed to be dreaming under the rain, and the bakery stood at its heart like a lantern of its own, warding off the night. Willow meowed softly behind him, as though not wanting him to wander too far into thought. He chuckled, returning to his chair. He poured the last of the tea from the pot, and its warmth lingering, though it was weaker now. He sipped slowly, letting the taste remind him of how long the night had been and how near the dawn was. The oven gave a soft sigh as the final batch finished baking. Marlow rose again, steady in his movements, and drew the tray out with careful hands. The rolls gleamed as he set them on the counter, steam curling upward like tiny ghosts. He placed them on the shelves with the others, stepping back to take in the sight of it all, a bakery brimming with warmth and promise, ready for the day ahead. For a long while he simply stood there, letting himself breathe it in. The lantern light flickered across the shelves, gilding every crust, every glazed pastry, until the bakery looked like it had been touched by some quiet magic. And perhaps it had. Nights like this, long, rain-soaked, filled with care, always seemed to leave behind something more than bread, something that could not be measured, only felt. Willow leapt gracefully onto the counter, careful not to disturb the cooling rolls. She padded along the edge until she reached the baker, brushing her side against his arm. He laughed softly, stroking her back. Yes, yes. You've kept me company long enough, haven't you? She purred louder, as if to agree. The clock struck 4. Its chimes drifted through the bakery, faint but clear, each one a signal that night was loosening its hold. The rain had slowed now, a thin mist rising from the cobblestones. Dawn was not yet visible, but its presence could be felt, a subtle shift in the air, a softness at the edge of the dark. Marlow closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the silence between the raindrops. That silence carried the weight of dreams. The bakery felt suspended in a kind of hush, as though the whole building were floating on the rain itself. Mr. Marlow moved slowly now, not from weariness, but because the night had softened him, its rhythm flowing into his bones. He lit one more lantern and set it near the far shelves, its glow spreading like a low golden tide. The bakery glowed warmer than ever, its heart steady against the cool, damp world outside. Willow had found her way to the windowsill, curling herself in the small, dry patch where the condensation had left room for her paws. She stared out into the wet square beyond, her eyes wide and gleaming, tracking every ripple of the rain. Sometimes she flicked her tail at nothing at all, perhaps at the movement of shadows, perhaps at dreams only cats could see. Marlow leaned his elbows on the counter, gazing at the shelves one last time. The rows of bread and pastries seemed to hum faintly, as though they were alive, as though each loaf carried within it the whispers of the night's rain, the patience of his hands, the quiet warmth of the oven. He wondered, not for the first time, if people felt that hum when they ate the bread. Did it taste like comfort, like memory, like something deeper than food? He hoped so. That hope was why he baked it all. The rain outside gave way to mist. The sound softened until it was little more than a faint hiss, the village square cloaked in a gauzy veil. The cobblestones glistened as though painted silver, and the lantern reflections blurred into long streaks of light. It was the kind of sight that felt like a dream, half real and half imagined. A picture one might carry into sleep and wake believing it had been a story. Marlow stepped away from the counter and moved toward the back door. He opened it slightly, just enough to let the cool, damp air slip inside. It met the bakery's warmth like two old friends greeting one another, the mist curling into the room, softening the edges of everything it touched. He stood there for a while, breathing it in, his chest expanding with the mingled sense of rain and bread. For him, this was the purest moment of the night, when the world outside and the world inside met in harmony. The cat leapt lightly from the windowsill and padded over to him. She sniffed the damp air, blinked once at the mist, then retreated quickly back to the fire. Marlow laughed softly. "Not your world, eh?" he murmured. He closed the door gently, letting the warmth gather once more, holding the mist outside as if it were part of a dream not yet ready to fade. He poured himself a final cup of tea, though the pot had grown weak and the flavor was faint. It didn't matter. The steam still curled, the warmth still wrapped around his hands, and the taste still carried him gently through the quiet. He sipped slowly, his eyes wandering back to the shelves, then to the lanterns, then to the soft flicker of the oven's fire. Every detail felt luminous now, as though dawn's nearness had cast a spell on everything it touched. At times like this, when the night was nearly gone and the morning had not yet arrived, Marlow often felt as though the bakery itself was dreaming. The lantern lights seemed too soft, too golden, the shadows too patient, the shelves too full of secret promise. Even the rain's hiss outside seemed unreal, a sound from another world. He leaned back in his chair, letting his eyelids droop, and for a fleeting moment, he imagined the bakery as a ship drifting across a misty sea, its lanterns guiding it gently through the night. Willow returned to her place near him, curling into the folds of his apron where it draped over his knee. Her warmth seeped into him, grounding him in the moment, pulling him away from dreams that threatened to carry him too far. He stroked her softly, his hand moving in steady rhythm with her purrs. Together, they breathed in the lantern-lit silence, both awake, both somewhere between the night and the dawn. The clock chimed again, 5 slow notes that rolled through the bakery like distant waves. Dawn was not far now. The rain had nearly ceased, leaving behind only the mist and the occasional drip from the rooftops. A faint light had begun to brush the sky, though the sun had not yet risen. The world outside was a painting, waiting for its first stroke of color. Marlow stood, stretching his shoulders, and took one last walk around the bakery. He touched the edges of the shelves as he passed, as though to bless the bread with his presence. He adjusted the lanterns, trimmed their wicks, and polished the counter with a fresh cloth. By the time he returned to his chair, everything looked ready, prepared for the moment when the door would open and the village would arrive. He sat again, Willow still nestled at his side, and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen, to the silence of the square, to the soft sighs of the oven, to the hum of the bread as it cooled. These sounds were the heartbeat of his life, and in them he found his rest. The lanterns flickered gently, their glow swaying as though they too felt the nearness of morning. Shadows shifted across the shelves, long and soft, stretching like ribbons toward the oven's last embers. The air had grown cooler now, the night's warmth ebbing as the mist pressed against the windows, but within the bakery, the quiet stillness remained whole and undisturbed. Mr. Marlow leaned back, his head resting against the wooden wall, eyes half closed. He wasn't sleeping, not exactly, but drifting, resting in the space between wakefulness and dreams. In that space, memories rose like lanterns on a river. He remembered other nights much like this one, the same rain, the same hush, the same warmth of bread filling the air, and yet each felt different, shaped by time, by small shifts in the way the fire had burned or the way the rain had fallen. His thoughts wandered further into softer places. He imagined the villagers sleeping in their homes, wrapped in quilts, their windows fogged from the cool air pressing outside. He pictured the blacksmith, who always rose early, still sound asleep for now, his great hands resting at last. He thought of the school teacher, who loved to buy raisin rolls at dawn, perhaps turning in her bed, murmuring dreams of chalk and slates. He saw the little children, clutching stuffed animals or worn blankets, dreaming of play in the square, their laughter waiting just beyond the sunrise. Each of them was, in some way, here with him, though they slept. For it was for them that he baked, for them that the ovens glowed and the bread sang in the night. Their dreams and his ritual were stitched together in ways no one ever noticed but him. The thought filled him with a warmth that tea alone could not provide. Outside, the mist thickened, as though the rain had dissolved into the air itself. The village square was a blur, lanterns glowing faintly in the haze, their light like stars drifting close to the ground. Even the cobblestones were softened, edges erased, shapes becoming gentle smudges in the fog. It was a world between worlds, and Marlow felt lucky to witness it, as though the night had revealed one final secret before it surrendered to dawn. Willow stirred against his knee, stretching her paws and kneading softly at his apron. Her eyes opened halfway, gleaming green in the lantern light, then closed again. She trusted the rhythm of the bakery and the steadiness of his presence, the familiar hum of the bread cooling. Cats, Marlow thought, always knew when they were safe. He rose once more, carrying his empty teacup to the counter, placing it carefully on the saucer. He polished the wood where it had rested, then turned toward the oven. The fire had dwindled into a soft glow, the last coals pulsing red like the quiet heartbeat of the night. He nudged them gently with the poker, not to reignite them, but to keep their warmth just a little longer. The oven did not argue. It glowed in response, content to rest but not yet cold. The air was filled with the fragrance of bread cooling. It mingled with the mist that seeped faintly through the cracks, creating an aroma both earthy and airy, warm and damp, grounding and dreamlike all at once. Marlow inhaled deeply, the scent filling him in a way words never could. For a moment, he thought that if dreams had a smell, it would be this, the smell of bread and rain entwined. A soft sound came from outside, not footsteps, but something more delicate. The drip of water from a nearby awning, striking a puddle again and again. Each drop created ripples, circles widening until they vanished into the fog. He listened to it, finding its rhythm like a second clock, patient and unhurried. The drip, drip, drip became a lullaby in its own right, weaving itself into the bakery's silence. He turned down the wicks of the lanterns one by one, dimming them slightly, but not extinguishing their glow. He wanted the bakery to look as though it were asleep too, caught between night and morning, alive in its own dream. As the lanterns softened, their light gathered closer to the shelves, warmer and more concentrated, like little hearths in the shadows. Marlow sat again, this time at the window bench, and looked out across the square. The mist was so thick now that he could barely see the fountain at its center, but he could hear it faintly, the trickle of water spilling from its stone bowl, blending with the drip of rain and the distant hush of air. It was a chorus of gentleness, of sounds meant not to stir, but to soothe. He closed his eyes and imagined the fountain up close, water streaming endlessly over stone, droplets catching faint traces of lantern light. He saw in his mind how the water would bead and roll, how it would gather in the basin below before spilling again. Even unseen, the picture was clear, and in it, he found the same peace as watching it directly. Willow joined him, leaping lightly onto the bench, her paws making no sound on the wood. She sat pressed against his side, her warmth small but steady. Together they gazed, or rather listened, out into the foggy square, Neither spoke, neither moved much, but both felt the nearness of dawn drawing closer, its presence a quiet thread weaving through the mist. The mist lingered like a veil, wrapping the square in its hush. The lanterns across the village glowed as though underwater, their halos stretching into the fog, softening every corner of sight. Marlow sat quietly with Willow at his side, watching and listening, letting the stillness of the hour carry him. There was no rush, only the slow passage of time, measured in breaths, in the cooling of bread, in the dwindling of coals. He thought of the moment soon to come, when the first footsteps would break the silence. It was always the same. The faint crunch of boots on damp cobblestones, a shadow moving through the mist, a voice calling softly, "Mornin', Marlow." He smiled to himself. The moment was still a little ways off, but the thought of it warmed him. The rain had left behind its secrets. Tiny droplets clung to every surface outside, to leaves, to rooftops, to window frames. They caught the weak glow of the lanterns and shone like pearls scattered in the dark. Even the old fountain seemed jewel-like, its stone edges dripping silver into the basin below. Marlow marveled at how rain could turn the simplest things into wonders. Perhaps, he thought, the bread was the same. Ordinary flour, water, yeast, and salt transformed into something close to magic. Willow's ears twitched, catching sounds he could not. She blinked toward the square, her tail curling around her paws. Marlow followed her gaze, though he saw nothing but the fog. He patted her gently, reassuring her, though he suspected she needed no reassurance at all. Cats, after all, lived halfway between the waking world and dreams. He rose, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders. The night's work left his body tired, but his spirit light. He crossed to the shelves again, straightening a basket here, adjusting a cloth there. Each movement was deliberate, almost ceremonial. The bakery had become a stage awaiting its audience, every loaf and roll and pastry set just so, each waiting to bring its own small comfort. The lanterns flickered, shadows bowing across the floorboards. He lowered their flames just a touch more, until they glowed like embers caught in glass. Their dim light matched the quietness of the hour, neither too bright to intrude nor too dark to fade. Everything balanced, poised between endings and beginnings. Marlow stood at the window once more, gazing into the blur of the square. He imagined the stories unfolding in the homes beyond, a mother rising to prepare her children for school, a farmer pulling on boots still damp from the day before, a night watchman returning home to collapse into sleep. Each of them would, in time, pass through his bakery. Each of them would carry a piece of the night's ritual into their day. He felt a tenderness for them all, strangers though they might be in so many ways. The clock gave a quiet click, preparing itself for the next hour. He glanced toward it, the hands creeping closer to 6. Dawn would be any moment now. He felt the shift in the air, the way the mist seemed to glow faintly, as though the world beyond it had begun to brighten. He could not see the sun yet, but he could sense it. Its patience, its steady climb. Willow leapt down from the bench and padded to the oven. She sat beside it, curling into the faint warmth that lingered in its stones. Marlow chuckled. "You know where comfort waits," he said softly. He envied her simplicity, her ability to find joy in the smallest warmth, the quietest corner. He walked the room one last time, his hand brushing the wooden walls, the counters, the shelves. This place was his world, and in moments like this, it felt alive, as though the bakery itself dreamed. Lanterns flickering like eyelids, ovens sighing with breath. He paused at the door, laying his palm against it. Soon it would open. Soon the stillness would give way to footsteps, voices, life. For now, though, it was his, and his alone. He returned to his chair, settling into its familiar grooves. His body sighed into it, every muscle relaxing at last. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to let the bakery's quiet hold him. The mist pressed against the windows, the lanterns glowed dimly, the coals breathed faintly in the oven. Time slowed, stretched, softened, until all that remained was peace. The bakery seemed to exhale, its lanterns glowing like drowsy stars, its shelves lined with quiet abundance. Marlow let the rhythm of it all carry him. The drip of water outside, the faint hum of cooling bread, the soft rise and fall of Willow's breathing. For a while he simply floated in it, the night's labors behind him, the morning still waiting beyond the mist. A faint glow touched the window pane, almost invisible at first, then stronger with each breath. Dawn had begun to press against the fog, turning it from silver to pale gold. The village was still wrapped in silence, but it was no longer the silence of sleep. It was the silence of waiting, of beginnings. Marlow smiled, his heart warmed by the thought of the day to come. Soon the door would open. Soon the square would fill. Soon laughter and greetings would weave themselves into the air. But for now he let the last thread of the night remain, savoring its gentleness. The lanterns flickered once more. Willow purred. The dawn was near. The fog lifted slowly, like a curtain rising after a long and quiet overture. The rain had left behind a shine on every surface, so that even the humblest cobblestone gleamed with its own small light. From the bakery window, Marlow watched as the square stirred awake. The sky was still pale, its colors not yet fully formed, but the first strands of gold stretched across the horizon, painting the mist with warmth. He lit the final lantern above the bakery door, its glow soft but welcoming, and unlatched the heavy lock. The creak of wood and iron seemed louder than usual in the morning stillness. For a brief moment he stood there on the threshold, inhaling the cool, damp air, feeling it brush against his skin. The bakery's warmth spilled outward, a ribbon of comfort reaching into the square. Willow darted past him, her paws silent on the wet stone. She stopped just a few steps away, lifting her nose to the air as though greeting the new day with her own silent ritual. She shook herself once, then sat down neatly, tail curled around her body, ready to watch the world unfold. The first villager appeared as a shadow through the mist. It was old Tom, the blacksmith, shoulders broad beneath his coat, boots striking softly against the cobbles. His breath puffed in small clouds as he approached, raising a hand in greeting. "Morning, Marlow," he called, his voice deep but gentle in the hush. "Morning, Tom," Marlow replied, warmth threading his words. "You're early as ever." "Forge doesn't wait," Tom said with a grin. He stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming lightly, and the scent of fresh bread wrapped around him like a cloak. He sighed contentedly, as though the night's weight had lifted from him in a single breath. "Smells like heaven in here." Marlow handed him a small loaf, still warm from the oven's stones. "For the walk," he said simply. Tom accepted it with thanks, tearing off a piece immediately, steam curling into the cool air. More figures followed soon after, Mrs. Callan, the seamstress, carrying a basket on her arm, and young Peter, the postboy, rubbing sleep from his eyes, the schoolteacher, Miss Lorne, her scarf wrapped high against her chin. Each arrived like a note in a song, their voices blending with the creak of the door and the chime of the bell. With every entry, the bakery filled more and more with laughter, with warmth, with life. The shelves, once quiet and patient, now came alive as baskets were filled, cloths lifted, coins exchanged. The loaves seemed to glow brighter in the morning light, their crusts golden and rich, their aroma mingling with the sound of voices. Children clutched sticky buns with both hands wide-eyed at their sweetness. Neighbors paused to exchange stories. Marlow's quiet greetings wove between them all, steady as the heartbeat of the morning. Outside, the square itself brightened. The mist thinned with the sun's rising, revealing rooftops dripping with jewels of water and window boxes where flowers leaned heavy with rain. The fountain in the center sparkled now, its water dancing in the light, as though the rain had been only a rehearsal for its performance. Willow had moved to sit near it, a silent sentry with her eyes half closed, basking in the warmth of dawn. From his place behind the counter, Marlow watched it all unfold. The night's solitude had given way to this gentle chorus of voices and movement, yet the peace within him remained. He felt not drained, but renewed, as though the villagers' presence was part of the ritual too, completing what the lanterns and the rain and the oven had begun. And though he did not speak it aloud, Marlow knew that every loaf carried with it a piece of the night, the hush of rain, the glow of lantern light, the steady rhythm of the oven. Each bite would be more than bread. It would be comfort, memory, dream. And that, he thought, was why this morning warmth mattered so deeply. The square blossomed with life as the sun climbed higher, each beam of light cutting through the thinning mist. The villagers moved in and out of the bakery, their voices rising and falling like a tide, laughter and chatter mingling with the creak of baskets and the rustle of coin. It was never noisy, not in this small village, but it was lively, a gentle hum that filled the air with warmth. Children darted past their parents, chasing each other across the damp cobbles. Their shoes splashed in shallow puddles left from the night's rain, droplets sparkling as they flew upward. Some clutched sweet rolls in their hands, crumbs dotting their clothes, while others paused to share bites, giggling through sticky fingers. The fountain became their stage, its stone rim a place to perch and boast about who had caught the biggest raindrop on their tongue the night before. Willow, from her perch near the fountain, kept her eyes half open, tail flicking only when a child strayed too close. She was not unkind, but she valued her distance, and the children quickly learned to admire her from afar. To them, she was part of the morning ritual, too. A silent guardian of the square, the baker's mysterious companion. Marlow, inside, moved steadily behind the counter. His hands never rushed, though they never paused for long either. He wrapped loaves in paper, tied twine around parcels, slipped rolls into baskets. Each exchange was marked with a few words of kindness, a thank you, how's your family, or don't forget to save a bun for your sister. He knew their names, their habits, their stories, and though he rarely asked for much in return, the villagers gave him something all the same. Their smiles, their trust, their warmth. From time to time, he glanced out the window, catching glimpses of the square bathed in gold. The rooftops gleamed, the puddles reflected the sky, and the flowers in the window boxes lifted their heads as though stretching after a long sleep. He thought of how different the square looked at night, cloaked in mist, hushed by rain. Now it was wide open, ready to welcome the day. And he felt, deep inside, that both faces of the square were beautiful, each one a part of the rhythm of life. Mrs. Callan returned with her basket, already heavy with thread and cloth. "You'll see me again tomorrow, Marlow," she said with a laugh. "These rolls never last more than a day." He smiled, placing an extra bun atop her order. "For the walk home," he said simply. She shook her head at his generosity, but accepted it all the same, her eyes warm with gratitude. Later came a group of farmers, their boots muddy, their coats smelling faintly of wet hay. They filled the bakery with their hearty presence, speaking of fields and weather, of animals restless after the storm. Marlow listened, nodding, handing over bread that seemed to vanish as quickly as it left his shelves. One farmer clapped him on the shoulder and said, Your loaves are as steady as the sunrise. Couldn't start the day without them." The words stayed with him, simple as they were. He thought of the long night, of the rain's hush, of the lantern's glow. Yes, steady as the sunrise. That was how he hoped his bread felt to them. The bell above the door chimed again and again, each sound weaving into the music of the morning. The bakery, once a quiet cocoon of lantern light, now thrummed with life, and yet the peace was never broken. It was as though the night's gentleness had lingered, pouring itself into the bread, the villagers, even the sunlight that now streamed through the windows. By mid-morning, the shelves had thinned, baskets nearly emptied, crumbs gathering on the counter like soft echoes of the feast. Marlow tied off the last package, handing it to Miss Lorne, who smiled and promised her pupils would be grateful for the raisin rolls. When the door closed behind her, the bakery finally quieted again, leaving only Marlow, Willow, and the faint golden dust of morning lights. He exhaled, long and content, wiping his hands on his apron. The rush was over, and in its wake lay the gentle hush of satisfaction. Outside, the square still bustled, but here, within the bakery walls, there was calm once more. He poured a fresh cup of tea, sat by the window, and let the warmth of the cup seep into his fingers. Willow returned to him, leaping lightly onto the windowsill. She curled herself in the patch of sunlight that had finally broken through, purring as though the square's hum were a lullaby just for her. Marlow sipped his tea, smiling faintly. The night's labor, the dawn's chorus, the morning's warmth, all of it had come together, as it always did, to create a day worth cherishing. The village square had shifted from its morning bustle into a steadier rhythm. The earliest rush had passed, leaving behind the softer hum of daily life. Farmers had gone to their fields, children hurried off to school, and the seamstress was already bent over her fabrics by the window of her little shop. The sound of hammers echoed faintly from the blacksmith's forge, rhythmic and sure, blending with the cooing of doves perched on the rooftops. From his window seat, Marlow observed it all with a quiet satisfaction. His work was done for now, the shelves thinner but still glowing with their bounty. The baskets of bread stood like little suns against the wood, their golden crusts catching the daylight. Even the crumbs on the counter looked dear to him, evidence of a morning shared with his neighbors. Willow dozed on the sill, her tail twitching now and then as though she were chasing something in her dreams. Her fur glistened in the sunlight, still damp at the tips from her earlier adventures in the square. She looked so peaceful that Marlow hesitated to move, as though even the sound of his chair scraping back might disturb her. He reached for his tea, which had cooled but was no less comforting. The flavor was faint, almost ghost-like after so many infusions, but he liked it that way. It reminded him of the night before, of the rain against the windows and the lanterns glowing low. Every sip carried with it not only warmth but memory. Outside, the fountain gurgled steadily, its water sparkling in the light. A pair of children had returned, their errands complete, and leaned over its stone rim to float twigs like tiny boats. They whispered to one another, laughing softly when the twigs collided, before running off again, their voices fading into the distance. Marlow smiled. To him, such moments were as precious as gold. Reminders that joy did not need grandeur. It bloomed in puddles, in bread crusts, in shared laughter. He rose slowly, stretching his shoulders, and crossed the bakery floor. The lanterns had been extinguished now, their glass catching the sunlight instead of giving it. The oven, too, had quieted, its stones warm but no longer glowing. He brushed his hand along its side as though thanking it for its long night of work. The oven had always felt like a companion to him, a silent partner in his craft. At the door he paused, looking out into the square. The air smelled fresh, washed clean by the storm, touched now with hints of earth and flowers and the faint smoke of chimneys. He leaned against the frame, his apron still dusted with flour, and simply watched. A cart rattled by, its wheels clattering on the cobblestones. A dog trotted after its master, shaking rainwater from its ears. A neighbor waved to him, and he raised his hand in return. This was the part of the day he loved most, the lull after the flurry when everything seemed to breathe more slowly. He had worked through the night, and now he could stand in the doorway content, as the world carried on around him. His role had been small but steady, and in that steadiness lay its worth. Willow stirred and leapt gracefully to the counter, stretching her body in a long arch before padding toward him. She brushed against his leg, purring as if to agree with his thoughts. He bent to scratch behind her ears. "Yes," he murmured. "It's a fine morning." The clock chimed, its sound mellow in the golden air. The hours slipped by gently, each one marked by small motions. A few stragglers collecting bread, a bird swooping down to snatch crumbs near the door, a neighbor stopping by simply to chat. Marlow welcomed them all with the same calm kindness, though his words grew fewer as the day wore on. He was a man of gestures more than speeches. Fresh bread, a nod of recognition, the steady warmth of his presence. As the sun climbed, it bathed the square in full light, drying the last traces of rain. Shadows shortened, colors brightened, and the village, now fully awake, bustled with a quiet purpose. And yet for Marlow, time slowed. His heart remained anchored in the hush of dawn, in the rhythm of bread and rain and lantern glow. Morning was bright, yes, but it still carried with it the soft soul of the night that had passed. By late morning, the square had become a tapestry of life, woven together by countless small threads. The postman made his rounds, his satchel swinging at his side as he tipped his cap to passers-by. A pair of musicians, encouraged by the clear skies, set up near the fountain with a fiddle and a drum, their cheerful tune echoing through the stone walls and drawing smiles from those who lingered. Even the birds seemed to join in, their songs mingling with the music in the bright air. Marlow stood in the bakery's doorway, leaning against the wooden frame, content to simply watch. The square bustled, but it never felt overwhelming. It was a kind of harmony, each person adding their part to the whole. He liked to imagine that every loaf he baked was its own quiet note in that song, something small yet important. Inside, the scent of bread lingered warmly, though softer now, mingling with the faint sweetness of honey that clung to the jars on the shelf. The room had cooled, shadows shifting gently as sunlight streamed through the window. Willow stretched across the counter once more, tail flicking lazily, her ears twitching at every burst of laughter or clop of hooves from outside. She was a cat who belonged equally to the bakery and the square, always slipping between the two as if they were one. A neighbor stopped by, an elderly man with a walking stick and a weathered smile. He came not for bread but for company, and Marlow welcomed him in. They sat together by the window, sipping tea, the conversation easy and unhurried. They spoke of the storm, of the way the rain had soaked the earth and filled the streams, of how the gardens would flourish because of it. Marlow listened more than he spoke, but his eyes carried warmth, and his companion left with lighter steps than when he'd arrived. The afternoon sun spilled higher, gilding the rooftops and softening the edges of every stone. The storm felt like a memory now, though its gift lingered in the sheen of the cobblestones and the scent of wet leaves. Children skipped past with paper kites tucked under their arms, eager to test the fresh breeze. A young couple strolled by hand in hand, pausing to admire the fountain as though seeing it anew. Life moved forward gently and steadily, like dough rising under a cloth. Marlow tidied the bakery, his hands practiced and sure. He swept flour into neat piles, straightened the baskets, and covered the loaves that remained. The work was quiet, almost meditative, his movements accompanied by the rhythm of the square outside. Now and then he paused to glance out the window, savoring the sight of his village thriving in the morning light. The clock ticked on, steady as a heartbeat. Marlow thought of the night that had passed, the rain against the glass, the golden lanterns, the warmth of the oven, and he carried those moments within him like embers. They glowed in his chest, even now, even in the full brightness of day. Willow leapt from the counter to the sill, her gaze fixed on a butterfly that danced just beyond the glass. She twitched her whiskers, ready to pounce, but stayed still, as though she too understood that this moment was not for chasing, but for watching. Marlow smiled and reached out to scratch behind her ears, her purr rising like a soft hum beneath the music of the square. The sun slipped past its highest point, casting longer shadows across the cobblestones. People drifted in and out of the square, some pausing for bread, others lingering simply to share a word or two. Each face, each voice, each step added to the gentle rhythm of the day, and Marlow welcomed it all. He felt like the keeper of something small but meaningful, an anchor of warmth and comfort, a place where neighbors could pause and breathe. The storm had passed, but its memory lived on in every sparkle of light, every scent of earth, every calm smile exchanged. And as Marlow stood in his bakery, the air rich with bread and sunshine, he knew that even when the next storm came, the morning would always return. As the day lingered into afternoon, the square softened into a quiet lull. The musicians packed away their fiddle and drum, the postman's satchel grew lighter, and the fountain gurgled on in patient rhythm. Marlow stepped outside at last, a small basket of bread cradled in his arms. He shared it with those still lingering in the square, an old woman resting on a bench, a child chasing shadows, a young man who had come late from the fields. Each smile given in return felt like a thread weaving tighter into the fabric of the village. Willow padded after him, curling at his feet as he lowered himself onto the bench by the fountain. The water glittered in the sunlight, the last traces of rain now only a memory. Marlow leaned back, his eyes heavy, though his heart was light. The storm had passed, the morning had blossomed, and peace had settled firmly into the square. As doves cooed overhead and the scent of warm bread lingered in the air, the baker let out a quiet sigh of contentment. The village breathed and the square glowed, and for a moment all was well. The rain has passed, the morning has come, and the little village bakery rests once more, wrapped in warmth and contentment. As the day unfolds, you may carry with you the gentle peace of Marlow's bread, the glow of lantern light, and the quiet comfort of a village square after the storm. For now, it is your turn to rest. Let sleep find you as easily as the dawn finds the rooftops. Thank you for joining me tonight here on the Sleep Hours. May your dreams be soft and your night be kind. Good night, sleepyheads.